Akorát si to ještě trošku... Titulky slovenské, hej. Německé, francouzské, španělské, polské, ruské. Chceme slovenské. Začať hrať. Príbeh. Nová hra. Áno. Normálna. Áno. Já jsem se nepřišel to a musím, že jsem byl trochu zklamaný po stránce vnějších dílů zbraně. Ale to IL-ko mě třeba AR-ko od IL-ka taky jakoby na některých místech zrezlo, vole. Ale tak protože já jsem v tom lezl do vody, no. Nebo s tím jsem lezl do vody. To si hrál s dědou. Tak v tom případě děda je frajer.
Named Silas Greaves.
Silas Greaves? The bounty hunter?
Used to be.
Ah, what are you doing here in Abilene?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care of.
Well, sir, it would be an honor if you would allow me to buy you a beer.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to drink it.
I'm Molly. Howdy.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar. Oh, I bet you got some great stories.
A couple.
Any of them true?
Jack, be nice.
A few.
What about your shootout with Henry Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter? That's what it says in this here dime novel.
Don't believe everything you read in them dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Damn right. That scrawny son of a bitch had no fear. Wouldn't back down for nobody.
I heard he collected the 10 stars off any crooked lawman who crossed him.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
Jsou úplně zrezlý zásobníky. LCTčko jo, no. Jako LCTčko jsem měl v ruce na Ivě, tyhle, to fakt jako je trošku jiný level, no.
It was about 30 years ago. Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs. I threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance on was riding with Billy's enemies.
No, dobrý, mám to na vysokou.
But before I tell you why I want that sumbitch dead, let me tell you what happened that day. I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly I had this funny feeling.
To je dostupné body 7. Poskytuje bročné revolvery.
Funny, haha.
No, Steve.
Funny, haha.
The other kind of funny.
A jo, ty vole, Red Dead Redemption 2 bych taky tady konečně mohl dohrát, no, na streamu, ty vole. Bourbon whisky, děkujeme, vole. Co pak je to za gamesku? Call of Juarez Gunslinger. Akorát to Red Dead Redemption to je vždycky nadlouho, ty vole. Je to mega banger hra tohle. Desperados.
I knew those two morons would never let me through. I had no choice.
No počkej, tak si teda tady ještě odemkneme, vole. Aby počas nepremají šancu na prebití zbraně. Kvůli prebíjání už nemusíš prestat utékat. Tam můžeš... OK. Buď rychlý jako namydlený blesk. Počas koncentrácia sa budeš moct pohybovat o polovinu rychlejšie. A ještě máme jeden bodík. Chladná zurivost. Poskytuje víc poškodění a budem chladně zuřivý, hoši, vole.
Is he with us? God damn you!
Was it Pat Garrett's posse?
Oh yeah. I heard the shots and I knew I had to move fast.
Zachraň Billy Hokida a jeho gang. To zní, vole, jako fajn úkol.
So that's just what I did.
Mě tohle se vždycky bavilo, že to je jako na styl takový jako už skoro jak tam je vždycky ten popisek mezi očí, vole. Už taková skoro jako arkádovka, no. Nabíť. A ještě si aj procvičím slovenštinu, hej. Mezi očí jastrábé oko. Teda už mám ten nabitý ten mod, ty vole, zuřivosti. Hoši, tohle z toho si prostě musíte zahrát taky, protože westernová arkádovka Call of Juarez, to je prostě, vole. To je prostě v topíku takzvaně. A jako jo, no to Red Dead Redemption to tady máme taky furt rozehraný, ty vole. To by taky chtělo dohrát. Sneaky peaky. Municia do pištole.
Garrett's men were running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off.
Mě tahle hra moc zabavila. A seš fanda westernu, nebo jako, nebo nejseš?
Still, one of them reached the water tower.
Jo, tady je to vlastně to vyhýbání se těm kulkám.
He's one of them! Oh, damn it, he's right behind us! Where the hell's Garrett? Never around when you need him!
Still, one of them reached the water tower. Not a bad idea.
A jo, Red Dead 2 jsem hrál, to je paráda. To jsme tady taky už jako hráli na streamu, no, jenže tady je prostě to je hra na x desítek hodin, no.
Luckily, these shooters Garrett hired weren't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Už mám nabitý to Gčko, vole, ale to tady vždycky stane, vole, že jich tady nemám víc vedle sebe, no.
The right position is very important. Personally, I prefer to be on top.
Oh, you do you?
Šestě.
Indeed, darling. But where was I? Oh, yeah.
I got this.
A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
Jaj, kokociny hráte třeba Mass Effect, ty vole, to je něco s tím vesmírem, ne? To myslím na... to ani nemám na Steamu, ty vole. Nechci.
Then, I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window. Back door! We'll cover you!
Stop aiming, you idiots!
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house. I cut their numbers in half, but that just made the ones that were left twice as mad.
Ale no tak. Welcome back, Commander.
They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo.
Jestli třeba byl, když Ryusy měl ten western event, to byla prdel. Tyve, tak to ani nevím.
It was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house.
No jo, dobrý, ale bych si tady rád pozbíral ještě municion. Tak.
And like that, I was inside, none the worse for wear. I passed dirty days,
Than a rat in a trap.
and upstairs I found Billy and Charlie Beaudry.
How about that?
Prešibaný ako líška. Líška.
Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo! Grab a gun and get to the window."
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
sort of.
Where'd he come from?
Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us harm.
Kill him! This up all day!
I'm telling you, Garrett's men were dropping like flies, but they just kept on coming.
No.
That's when Charlie got hit. "You're catching us in a crossfire," shouted Billy. "Get to the other side." I don't know how many of those cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. "They got a Gatling," Billy shouted. "Get the
Gatling.
horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention."
Je tady Gatling, hoši.
He directed that order at me, and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it? But I went anyway. Dumbass that I was back then.
Those poor sons of bitches are done for!
Many would have fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Proč mi právě teď nějaký konec obsesy, někdo doma do pěnky a je někdo doma.
Please call me Silas, ma'am.
Please call me Silas, man.
You were heading for the barn.
Making my way past the castle of fallen foes.
Tak co, vole, ještě někdo tu má nějaký skurvený problém s placením skurvenýho holiče. Já nemůžu ven? Dobrý, můžu. Já prostě miluju tu western muzičku. To je prostě...
Finally, I had the stables within my reach.
Počkej, můžeme si něco odemknout. Korejci jsou v pohodě. Ta logika za 5 nebo volíš sudu a pak solo ráda do sudu. Já jsem si ho všiml až později, no. Bylo by to epičtější.
And that's when I met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
I read that you went toe to toe with him, sir. That backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
Duelos. První duelos. Let's fucking go. Švihák.
You challenged him to a showdown.
You read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
Tak už se zase nepamatuju, jak se dělají ty duely, ty vole. Já musím zareagovat vlastně hned, jak on začne tasit, vole. Ty se by taky nešli.
Is that what that Penny Dreadful said? No, boy. That ain't what I meant when I said I
Až si najdeš ten systém Belves, čus. Že si jediný člověk, co streamuje tuhle hru na Twitchi. No a to se vyplatí. Priveď koně, tentokrát naozaj. No dobré. Čo si blázon?
Last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
Hodně pěkně, oši. OK, dáme si to na těžší, vole. Vidíte, jsem tak dobrý, že i hra, vole, to poznala.
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
Teď dostaneš, jo, je to takový rozdíl.
The kid surrendered. When he realized there was no getting out of there alive,
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
Indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along with the kid.
To přišel dost, no tak uvidíme, ty vole.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after.
To ty to 4 měsíce už
He
jsme
was
v
with
lochu.
John Kinney's gang, and they were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine. Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence.
Pár opáček.
Luckily, it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape too. My first order of business was finding a firearm.
Najíst zbraň. Oh shit, nevím, jestli tady ta rozbitá, vole, je jako OK na dřevěný podlaze, vole, to, no, OK.
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean ass shotgun.
Nelítostná brokovnice, to je kurva jméno pro zbraňčet. Hlučná jako hrom. Vystřelí oběť stopánok. No. Kokos, jak vždycky říká Logik, vizuloma. Vizuloma. A tak jsem aj urobil. Hochu, tahle ta zbraň tě vizuje z papučí.
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer. It could blow a man clear off his feet.
Tady ta zbraň vás vizuje.
The kids escaped raised a huge ruckus.
You won't get away with this.
Guards were everywhere looking for him.
Dobrý, já nechci brokovnicu. Já chci můj revolveros.
Kryjte mě, kokoti zvadlí!
Ty čuráku, no jo, já tě vidím, uhni píčo. Ve škole si připadám jako na policejním oddělení, pořád se mě na něco vyptávají a já o ničem nevím.
Tak jo, tvé Mary, vítej a děkuji ti za 25 korun, šéfe, díky moc, ty vole. Undertaker, to je ten Undertaker z WWE. Mezi oči. Ale ne, oši, ty vole, já chci tu zbraň, protože jak bylo tam napsané, nevím, jestli si tady byl Mary, ale když jsem si bral tuhletu brokovnici, doslova tam hra napsala, že tato zbraň tě vystřelí stopánok. Takže to je kurva zbraň pro mě. Je to tak, Mary, je to tak. Aha. Tak tady asi skriptík, že sem nemůžu. Kostík nejse, hele, zdar. Tak ty kole, tak kam mám jít? Jo, já to musím obejít tady celý.
So that bastard you were after, what did he do?
He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever gonna find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there.
Preboju sa. Hoši, prebojovat se cez město není problém, když máme kurva brokovnici, která tě vizuje stopánok. Tady to můžeme vůbec.
But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me. Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
Hooligans can go to hell.
A oni už o mě ví. Neříkám nic, ty vole, na tu těžší, jako už je to trošku znát, ale jak říkám, máme kurva zbraň, která tě vyzuje stopánok, takže žádnej stres, hoši.
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and color. I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
To je nějaký munition nebo loot, něco takového, je tady munition. Kurva hoši, kde celou dobu byla tato zbraň, ty vole. Kde celou dobu byla tato zbraň, ty vole. Čas někoho vyzút stopánok.
Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts. We prize them too high, if you ask me.
A co nevyřeší, vole, brokovnice, vyřeší náš Colt. Ako se ti to zatím líbí, Mary? Ako se ti to líbí? Teď jsme měli na mále, hoši, ty vole. Jsi taky brokoko, co tě vystřelí stopánok. Jo, Mary, to bych chtěl každý. Tyhle hoši, jako je to sice zbraň, co tě vystřelí stopánok, jo, ale já si vemu pušku. Děkuji. A hej, čo budem? Puška tě aj taky, hej, vystřelí stopánok.
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town.
Béros, jak to? Kuk.
I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on my head.
Cookie cook.
Because everybody in Lincoln would be dead?
No. Because they all thought I was Billy.
Béros, tak chápu. Rozumíme, odpouštíme.
Meanwhile, Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun.
Já už tu nelítostnou brokovnici ale nemám.
And the only way forward led me straight to perdition. But the guards were dealt and I had no choice but to play them.
Tak to jsem podcenil, ty vole.
Bullets are useless against me. There he is.
No co je do piči? Střílím do ty joury, vole. A hej, já totiž nemám zbraň, co tě vyzuje stopánok. A to je kurva rozdíl. Mít zbraň, čo tě vyzuje stopánok. Vítej zpátky, komunisto, vítej. Zahrajeme si nožička. To je hra, kterou jsem právě vymyslel. Obrněc dřevo. Jo no. A neb jakoby... Tohle... Kde to je ten štít? Jakoby tohle dřevo by nešlo prostřelit, no. Děkujeme. Jastrábe oko. To jsou dveře z latríny, jo, tam je to srdíčko Jirmane, vole. Aha, tak je tam píča, no, tak tam, já to vyjde na stejno, jako, jestli, vole, srdíčko nebo píča, to už tě vyjde na stejno, vole. Občas se stane, ti zůstanou v ruce. Já jsem vládce města, vole. Tady to typický křovíčko, jak, vole, ten vítr bere.
I found what I was looking for. The stables on the edge of town.
Kam mám jít? Co mám za úkol?
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Well, sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. Hello, Bob, I said. I think you better let me go. And he says, I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun.
Já už tu brokovnici nemám, ty vole.
Víš, jak se říká dítěti s obrnou na vozejku? Obrněnec. Doktore, cítím brnění po celém těle, nemůžu mít mrtvici. To je jedna možnost, druhá, že si rytíř, muhehe, chybí mi Kuba.
I killed him in a fair fight.
Ty vole.
Everybody saw I had no
díky
damn
dalších
choice.
25 obrněnec. Do piče, já ti říkám, že za chvíli, vole, tady po mně půjde, ty vole, nějaký úřady, ty vole. Každopádně Mary, díky za dalších 25, celkem dneska už za 50, díky moc, šéfe, ty vole. Vy jste blázni, hoši, poslední dobu.
Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Rurales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
Nebo žádný úřady, prostě staží banány, to tak.
The most vicious outlaw gang in Cochise County? Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Johnny Ringo? František Ringo Čech.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take him hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
Negriluj mi tady. Je to tak. Gůlka pre starého Clintona. Gudelbský kaňon. Několik měsíců po utěku z okresu Lincoln. Máme bodík. Za co utratíme? Desperado s 2 zbraněmi.
Oh. But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after. The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was working for old man Clanton.
and running.
I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous thieves and bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there! There!
I did my best to help those poor bastards.
Come on out, you yellow bastard!
Moments later, the attackers were dead, and I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing. None.
Kolik dýchá? Nikdo.
It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches.
Tohle je takový už hodně arkádový, no.
They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else they had.
Ne. Teď jsem tam měl zrovna docela dobrý vole,
and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's cowboys attacked me Apache style.
Ale jako tohle je prdel, jak se tam občas prostě takhle retrospektivně vrací k tomu vyprávění.
See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. But to get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to find my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men. I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up. Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim. Luckily, serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament. I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me. Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this?
Ale stihneme si tady odemknout. Poslední 3 náboje.
I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going.
Nechte!
And that's when something miraculous happened. Like manna from heaven. I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good, and he would know. And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo. That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the
Jo,
hunted.
ta grafika to je v prdeli už dneska.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right. I was done running. And the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir. I came at them like a wildcat. My fury knew no bounds.
Shoot that running son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
Bláznivý, hašteřivý, ďábolsky podlý, starý Glenton. Tenhle ten popis mi trošku sedí třeba na Maryho. Ďábelsky podlý. I když no, to je spíš takový jakoby biskup taky, no. Ale hodně podívej film Fluorescence Death, jak se hraje tam Johnny Depp. To mi něco říká. Kingdom Come. Dobrá hra, bro, Kingdom Come. Biskup je více.
I needed to get that old man off that gun.
To je zmrt, on to ještě furt nekoupil. Tak to mi neříkej, Mary, že to ještě ty kaktusy, jak tady lítají.
Most everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
Ne, on po mně hází dynamity. Jo, Mary má, no. Hele, tlus. No, jo, dobrý, jsem tady. Je to starý Clinton. A on to... Co? On ten kulomet může takhle otáčet? What the fuck? Opakování matka moudrosti. Teda s tím kulometem nikdo není? To střílí samo? Tak čo to je za cheaty toto? Automatický Gatlingův kulomet.
Apparently one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps. And that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
Jsem prostě dobrý, Mary. Jsem prostě dobrý, vole. Hoši, jsem prostě dobrý. Prestrelka pripíle. Nemáme Jirmane. Změnit zbraně vždy rychlejší než přebíjání. Takže Jirma, nemůžeme domluvit nějaký squad na Hell Let Loose.
A few weeks after that dust up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo. I had tracked him and the cowboys to their hideout at a sawmill, and they were loaded for bear.
Praší.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why. But first I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Herb's coming!
Get ready, boys.
Murder him!
Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise. And after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the planters wanted revenge.
A povedz, že máme stejně achievement, že jsme si dali trénink. Ano, je to tak. Já jsem si dal trénink a tím to zatím skončilo.
Grievously wounded his older brother Virgil. Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down.
Dva isizáku, jestli potřebuješ srát jako bejk, tak se jdi srát, vole. Přece se neposereš. To přece dává smysl. Osamělý jezdec. A nemenuje se to náhodou bílej jezdec? Tady nic není. A jo, díky, hele, Dvajsis, já vždycky rád pomůžu, kamaráde, teď mě znáš, já vždycky rád pomůžu.
There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the Cowboys identified each other. And I was beginning to wish I had one myself.
Okay, mrknu na to, Mary.
But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed. And that's what drove me forward.
Say that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no
tak v tom
cap.
Helletu se to taky hlavně o komunikaci, ne? Vždycky se na tebe člověk může, a o tom to je.
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have taken him.
That Lunger should have kept his nose out of it.
Půl minuty.
They never charged anyone
Tam
for the murder of Morgan
žádné.
Earp.
But everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back.
Upilovaná brokovnica.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it? Being loyal? Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Bylo nutno zkontrolovat, Doši, to bylo nutno zkontrolovat.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died, why didn't his son take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than
No,
a
that's
box
the
of
Lusat
rocks and a
Aquileo.
yellow belly to boot.
Čo, to bych možná koupil, vole, to určitě bude na Steamu. Kučeravý byl.
Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack. Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Tak, co pak si odemkneme dalšího? Tady to expední mě baví, hoši, ty vole. Týpek to dobře zakempil na těch dveřích, vole, od kadibutky. Takhle nějak vypadám, hoši, když přijedu z víkendového FTXa, kde se žralo jenom MRčko. Takhle nějak. Děkujeme. Tady dokonalou ztrátu koncentrace. Dokonalá ztráta koncentrace. Sever proti, nevím, jak to teď je záležitosti, prostě mi to dělá hrozně, jo. Že už to není moc podporovaný. Mašinka.
Ain't bothered me none.
Už je serou, vole.
Waste your bullets. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You gonna need a cannon. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind. That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
Aha, já jsem mi mohl soudu... pěkně, vole. Já jsem mi mohl sundat tady tím hejbajícím sráčem. Teď to sundá mě, co? Jak tam budu chtít proběhnout. Ještě, že nejsi fotbalistě, jsem ty chtěl tu kulku odrazit hlavičkou.
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand.
Lupara. Krásný vodopádík. Akože krásný. Ta sundavané topáky vizuloma, takzvaně vizuloma.
Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the lumber yard, and I followed after.
Trafí skor, než trafá jeho kučeravý Bill. Oh my fucking god. Poraz kučeravého Billa.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
Ombre.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open.
A on tu má posily, ten hajzl. Brokoko by se hodila. Tady ano. A už má skoro půl hápek. Ještě máme dynamitky. Ňa, to jsem podcenil. Ty vole, celé, jo. Že on tady má ty zmrdy, vole. Dynamite. Dynamite, to bude italský. Jako neříkám nic, tady na tu těžší, vole, už je to znát, ty vole. No, kurva. Dobrý dynamitu. Tenhle ten dynamit jste neviděli. Žádný klip nebude. To soustředění musím využívat, až se mi nabije. To dává jako dobrou damage. Tenhle z těch lehčích. No a už i tak je to docela jakože... Dobré.
Brocious gave me no choice but to take his
Se nad
life.
nějaký třeba masové chábr, dělá maso ve stylu.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
Další na radě. Kto prebije gang a schytá gulku? Johnny Ringo. A.k.a. František Ringo Čech.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Double hit. Takže jsem hrál a jsem ještě něco takového tréninkem nebyl. Tyhle no, já jsem to hrál tak 2 týdny zpátky, možná 3.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Sorry I had to ruin the legend for you, boy. But the legend ain't always true. Doc Holliday had nothing to do with the death of Johnny Ringo.
Trade kill.
I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
Henry Plummer.
Now, wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
Jo, to bylo i v té výcvikové kampani, no, Jirma, ne?
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant, and hunting Plummer looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits, and put a generous price on his head. Plummer rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
to jo, no, že ty střílíš ty vole na 600-700 metrů a stejně to jako slyšíš, no.
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men, but Samuel Colt made them equal.
Co tady máme? Brokovnica, to nechceme. Neopatrná manipulace, přesně tak. Mary, ty jsi jim furt říkal, aby si nehráli s těma petardama. Ty jsi jim to furt říkal. Já si to pamatuju, ty jsi furt říkal, nehrajte si s petardama. A oni prostě furt ty petardy, vole, oni furt...
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine,
shit.
so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches. There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings. Charlie Crow, the blacksmith. James, who worked in the stable. Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's sons. Ordinary citizens who lived a double life. Stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors. Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach. Dangerous, desperate individuals. I was outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it.
Ready or not, tyhle, to jsem si chtěl koupit, no, ale lidi mě varovali, že na to je lepší mít skladu. Na Ready or not.
I thought I was some kind of hero. I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny. But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense.
S AI týmem příště máš tady kámoši,
it was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
Kámo, tak já jsem úplně mimo. Ten Grand Branch, jo, ten taky, no, ten jsem viděl, že si Kuča i jednou jako streamoval na Discordu, to se mi taky líbí, ten Grand Branch.
Show yourself, coward!
Jo, tak SWO 4, tyhle, to mám originál zlatou edici krabicovku, ty.
Once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell. A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
I'm here!
A kdyby toto řešení bylo stejně jako to by byla pecička.
Quick reflexes
Tam v
often
tom
make
regionu
up
tam
for
si v
lack of
podstatě můžeš
common
tvořit celý
sense.
dír, že jo?
Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come. With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at.
A co když do toho prostě
All it
střelíme?
takes
Aha,
is one tiny spark, and boom.
tak nic, no.
You must be about out of bullets.
Jo, to se mi na
One
tom
wrong
líbilo,
bullet
se ti
could have
kulka
turned that
vrátila.
mine into a dad blasted tube.
Se mi to několikanásobně vrátilo.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad blasted tube.
Už se to...
I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane. It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it.
Já si musím vyhnout tomu padajícímu
Instead,
vozíku.
I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite side.
Já myslím, že to musím dělat celý znova. To by mě
It
jeblo.
was a long way around, but that approach seemed more sensible at the time.
Odemkneme si.
Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me.
Dát svítilům, kam chceš nakrp opatky,
Climbing
jak
down
chceš
that
dělat
ladder
jako si
required
packbox
some
v
caution.
porovnání. Jo, jasný, chápu.
Because even though I had
Tak
a
to je
younger
cool.
man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder. I needed to make a leap of faith. I was determined not to give up, however. As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water.
I do not deserve to die like this!
No dobré. Ten revolver mi dává srací vibe. Ty se ještě ty to furt držíš. Devices, ty vole. Ty to furt držíš v sobě. A víš, že zadržovat hovno, že to je nezdravý pro tvé tělo.
But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder.
Hoši, žebřík nebo výtah? Nechám vás rozhodnout. Výtah či žebřík? Ale rozhodujte rychle, kurva. První, co se objeví v chatu, to půjdu. Žebřík, OK. 2 jsi se rozhodl.
I wanted to use the element of surprise. Plus, I figured I could use the exercise.
Mi neříkej, ty vole.
I was warmed up already, so what the hell?
Měl si jet výtah. Ani náhodou, vole. Double kill, jak za mladá.
Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there.
Já, vole,
já.
Já bych ho zapomněl říct, má s tím tady kurva někdo v chatu problém? Buďte slušný, řekněte to, vole, řekněte to, jestli s tím tady má někdo problém. Si samo z tebe nepočítá. Ajajajajaj. Další duelos. Šerif. Bandita. Ničomník. Henry Plummer. Ničomník. Let's fucking go.
They're gonna need a dustpan to pick you up. This thing is just getting.
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was going to take some time.
You want some more? No blood money. Hey. Some help here. Come on, boys! Take this cocksucker out!
Jo, on je tam. Ne, nechej. Jsem v poli a je mi zima. Zahřej se. Dobrá rada, či? Zahřej se. Tyhle, už skoro mám, ty vole, mám milimetr HP, vole.
So that's how Henry Plummer died. Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold. And now, I was officially a bounty hunter.
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Někdy mi přijdeš jako brutální domorodec, ale my tě i tak máme rádi.
Co do píči? To je modrý čekl. Co to dělá? Svítí modře. Aha.
Když někomu strčíš prst do prdele, má prst v prdeli on nebo ty.
No, to je actually dobrý dotaz. Čete, odpovězte Marymu. Když někomu strčíš prst do prdele, má prst v prdeli on nebo ty? Každopádně Mary, ty blázne. Vy jste bláznější, vy jste blázně. Jinak abych odpověděl Dvajsisovi, ty vole, a jako vy si myslíte, že nejsem domorodec? Mě přezdívá Mary Samorost, vole. Tak jakože co? Každopádně Mary, děkuji ti za další kolečko. Já ho tam teď mám. Jo, jenže ty ho tam máš z důvodu, že potřebuješ vykonat potřebu. Musím vyzkoušet všechny alerty. Tak to už si vyzkoušel. To už si vyzkoušel, Mary, ty vole. Si vyzkoušel. Kokoti zvadlí, boďů. Komína, modrý světla, takže to už máš splněno. Oba máte prst v prdeli.
I thought the Texas Rangers got hard.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe. It was Colden, a witch's tit, and a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres.
Najdi v salóně, hardina. Boďu ne, nemám za 30-50, tu máš sem, jo, tu máš si dal, modrý světlo komína a ještě za 2, ty vole, to Mary, to jako zase klid, ty vole, neblázní, vole. Neblbní, vole, Mary. To tam je tak jako jen tak, aby se neřeklo.
Look around and imagine this place painted in blood. Hardin was waiting for me, and wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch. He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking the lives of 42 men. Fathers and husbands, brothers and sons, men with families who cared about them. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them.
Shit, it's cold out here. Freezing my giblets off. Ain't right, we gotta stay out here.
To znám, Béros, no, to znám.
Enough to go after Hardin anyway. Better 3 hours early than a minute too late.
To bude stealth jako hovno.
Shoot that son of a bitch.
Aha, tak nebude. To by mě kurva zajímalo, jak se o mě dozvěděli. Nevím, co se se mnou děle, ale je strašně divný den, potřebuju srát. Tak hledá ještě jakoby si namácnout prdel v Teřiňákem nebo Herkulesem. A jakoby to ti pomůže, že jo?
He was carousing in town with his closest friends. Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their jefe of my unwelcomed presence.
Prý jako nemáš ani do, tak říká, co děláš se svým jo, přesně tohle video, no. to bylo... Prej, jak ti můžu vrátit peníze, vole? Můžeš se koukat zadarmo, brácho. Díky, že seš tady pro mě s radama, kamaráde. Od toho jsem přece tvůj oblíbený streamer. To by vlog nikdy neřekl. Naval peněženku. Je to chamtivej domorodec? To víš, krutý vesnický život. Souhlasím s tebou, Mary. Jestli jsou muži potřeba. Ne, nejsou, a jdou do píči. Nepotřebujeme.
I wondered if Bob was among them.
Ale jak říkám, máme tě rádi, to je život přesně tak nás samorostů. Jako já nemám, když budu na ulici, nemám problém jít za bábou a zeptat se jí, hej bábo, kolik je hodin? Jo, nebudu říkat, dobrý den paní, prosím vás, můžu se vás zeptat, kolik je hodin? Ne, prostě přijdu, řeknu, hej bábo, kolik je hodin? Nemám s tím problém. Že jo, Mary, nemám s tím sebe menší problém. Good? Proč to... Vydržte mi chvilku, hoši. Já tady jenom Kůčovi hodím, povolím komentář, nevím, proč to zabloklo. Tajemstvo odhalené. Přesně tak. Hej, hej bábo, dej mi hodinky. To je jednou dost potá typka, prý, no my ženy jsme nepotřební, muži jsou natolik chytrý, že by si udělali umělé dílo a mohli se rozmnožit, feminizace over. Tyhle dneska jsem viděl ve zprávách, že nějaká největší aktivistická skupina v Německu řekla, že už se nebudou přilepovat k asfaltu na silnicích, že našli daleko efektivnější způsob protestu, který začnou aplikovat od března. Ty vole, tak to jsem zvědavej, co jako budou dělat.
Before I could test my mettle against Harden, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story. I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
To je taky maso. Třeba v obchodě týci vypli to peníze a se šli domů. A pak mě je zima. Ale no to. Chci použít někde naplno to Gčko, za to jsou XP jak debil. Už mám Kvéčko, už ho mám.
think I already mentioned that I found
Já jsem
Hardin
dělal
in this
jednou
very
poslouchat neoblíbeného streamera, jsem někde v poli. A co, chceš zavolat kombajn, vole, nebo... Čo chceš? Čo chceš? Povedaj. Koukal na ně, batne. Mě by třeba zajímalo, jako já jsem na tím reálně uvažoval, když jako jezdím do Plzně, tak jako... Jestli je třeba povolený, když... nebo ne povolený. A když bys prostě takhle potkal na silnici, co se stane, když by se jako pochcel prostě, víš co? Kdybys normálně jako vytáhl kára a normálně si na ně začal chcát. Spíš pomoc? A to zvládneš, vole, to zvládneš. Vůbec nic.
In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Já to dělám běžně. What the fuck? Když jsou přepení, tak mají pohlaví silnice. A nebo se identifikují jako asfalt prostě.
But that was short-lived. As a moment later, I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
A bude duel? Bude duelos? Bude duelos. V tom případě by ses mohl na ně klidně vysrát, ty vole, to ne. Zase nechci, aby byla někde natočená moje prdel. Už bohatě stačí, že Mary, biskupa spol vědí, jak vypadá moje prdel.
No, wait! He didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
No, jako pro mě pořád je něco dělat ty totální klid, sází stromy, to jsou pro mě borce, ty a stráčky, co stříkají barvel písy, jsou dobrý, jo, to jo, no. Teď jak si někde polili tu Monu Lízu, ne, která prostě, víš co, za pancéřovaným neprůstřelným sklem, doslova pravděpodobně nejhlídanější obraz na světě a oni tam prostě přijdou s nějakou omáčkou, vole, a... Ty vole, jak tady mám jako rychlejc vytáhnout tutu? Já už chápu, no, já musím začít střílet, až když mám vytaseno, protože jinak to pošlu někam do hajzlu. tak tohle bude vole zase prdel, kurva.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Ten debil to střílí úplně někam mimo, ty vole.
I'm sure of it.
Měl jsi si dát whisky, že to bolí mít dvojitou whisky pro pána, aby cítil vůbec nic. Kámo, to je zase pain, ty vole. Kámo, nechápu to. Ty nevím, Vices, no. Tady jako asi musím nějak používat, vole. To Ačko, Dčko, to reálně nevím, k čemu jako slouží. Jakože mám mačkat střídavě AD, jo?
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Máš malou rychlost zaměření.
You didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
To prostě střelí, volem. Oni od sebe stojí 5 metrů a týpek to střelí úplně doleva do rohu, ty vole. Ne, hoši, nechápu tady ten systém, absolutně to nechápu, píčo. Doteď jsem to dával, vole, asi nějak lakersky, vole. Ty potřebuješ zaměření na ruce, abys věděl, jak začne tahat, a čím víc budeš soustředit na ruce, tím rychleji tasíš. Jo, takže mám držet to AD, jo. Nechápu to, hoši, nechápu to, vole. Tady, vole, píšou, že...
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear.
První jásováte, jak musíte pomoci udržet, to chápu. Čím více si na svoji si soustředit, tím ostrejší má reflexy. Jde o takzvaný... Ano, čas potřebný na tasení můžete zkrátit tím, že budete držet ruku blízko pouzdra pomocí A nebo D. Ale já to mám hrozně jako velký, ty vole.
He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him. No wait, he didn't hit me
Fakt tomu jako nerozumím, vole. To prostě buď letí doleva nahoru, píčo, nebo ten je úplnej kokot, vole. Jo, čum, prostě týpek už má vytaseno, vole. A já teprve, vole, sahám po kvéru. Co to je za mrtkovinu zase, ty vole? Čas potřebný můžete zkrátit tím, že budete držet ruku blízko pouzdra. Ale to já mačkám, ty vole, toto je faktor rychlosti. Ruku u pouzdra, jo, OK. Mám na něm, teď mačkám Ačko, on přidává ruku nad Colt. Teď už jí má moc, takže takhle to je optimálné. Že ji má přímo nad tím. Kámo, a zase 8 metrů vedle, ty vole, já to nechápu, do píči. Když ji dám úplně doleva tu ruku, jo. Teď vole, Ačko mám zamáčklý v klávesnici, furt to držím. Týpek to mrdne 4 metry doleva, vole, děkujeme. To musíš udělat hned, abys měl co nejvíc procent.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear.
Čo má, teď jsem to odečítá zase, vole.
And I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Mám 66 a stejně týpek prostě vytasí, vole, a ustřílí a kokot to střelí, vole, metr doleva, vole. Absolutně, pičo, to zase jakýho kokota, vole, napadlo takovýhle systém. Si řekl, jo, to bude super, vole, to tam dáme do té hry. Ať ty lidi mrdáme, vole, u toho. Kámo, tak teď si to nevíde, vole. 82%, vole. Kámo, zase prostě, no. Tam jde o to, že já už to rychlejc vytasím než on, ale ten prostě ten kříž je takovejhle, píčo, a ten debil, to je, no nevím, píčo, nevím. Se prostě 4 metry vedle, vole. Já to fakt nechápu, ty vole. Fakt tomu nerozumím, vole. Tak to můžu, pičo, restartovat, vole. To jsem posral začátek. Super hra, super systém duelů.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Jednu doprava dolů, druhou, to je fakt skurvysyn, ty vole. To píče, to už nejde říct jinak, ty vole, fakt. A už jsem se promrdal začátek, vole, té ruky. Jo, musíš to vzájemně, no já se fakt jako snažím, vole, já píču, jedu tryhard jak zmrt, ale prostě, vole, to nejde. Kámo, čum. Hoši, nemám na to nervy, píčo, dneska už. Nemám na to nervy. Jděte do píči s tím, vole. Pošlu ti na dis a koukni. Nějaký cheaty, vole. To mi neříkej, ty vole, z 15 pokusů já jsem ho ani jednou nehitnul, už se doby to byl třeba trade kill, vole, jo. Ale to nejde, to uhýbání, to nic nedělá, vole, já jsem to zkoušel. To se ti odemkne až když máš ten perk. Počkej, kde je ten kokot, vole? Mně to uhýbání nejde, já když mačkám, vole... To zkusím znova, ale když jsem mačkal Ačko, Dčko, vole, tak mi to nic nedělalo. Mačkal jsem AD a... Teď zase píču tady ty ukázky, vole. Dobrý, vole. Když ho sundáš. Kámo, nesundám. To je nereálný, vole. Odjebalo, ale já sorry, já už za to ty ukázky jsou takhle, vole. Čum, jo. Teď fakt, vole. To je píči.
No, wait. You didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
Nepamatuji, na čem to uhýbání je. Čum, jo. A takhle jsem to měl i předtím. On jde na tu levou stranu, ale prostě mi to tam nejde. A předtím jsem byl taky nakloněnej, ale hoši, ne? Já mám pocit, že jsem byl na tu levou stranu. A to mačkám Dčko normálně. Jo, piču, už jsem to zase prosral ten začátek, vole. Já neuhýbám. Já vám říkám, co mačkám, jo. Ačko. Teď Dčko, abych byl nad tím. Hejbu myší. Hejbu myší. Ačko mačkám, lehký Dčko, abych byl přesně nad tím. A teď už nic nemačkám, jo. On uhýbá sám prostě. Jo, a vždycky uhne jako, já nevím, není to nějak buglý, vole, nebo... Jo, zase Ačko, teď jsem nad tím, teď nemačkám nic, hejbu myší, Ačko lehký. Pičo, tak... Tak já to mám teď jsem zmáčknul Qčko a Qčkem to jde, takže to já to mám, vole, nějak přebindovaný. Tak jsme doma, hoši, vole. A pičo, tak teď jsem byl úplně mimo, vole. Ruňáni, díky za follow.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline.
Teď stačí rychlost kolem 10.
He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Pomalej. Aha. Tebe díky za tu radu, teď to bude rychlejší, slibuju.
No, wait! He didn't hit me then. I'm sure of it.
Ují a bingo banky, jo. Ují. Kvéčko. Ještě kvéčko. Netřesou Mary, netřesou, já to neudělám dneska, já to neudělám. Jako já jsem toho neskutečně stekal. Jako tohle brutální pain. Mary, můžeš být v klidu, já se přes tohle nedostanu.
That man was faster than grease lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison.
Vůbec nevím, jak jsem to
Years
udělal.
later, after he was free, some restless Avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one.
Mary, nic neposílej. Mary, vole, vůbec, ty vole.
Ben?
Kam vůbec jak jsi to udělal, zde mačkal, vole, kvéčko, ečko, ty vole. Pičo, moje nervy.
Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you
To by
were
se ale
after?
měl takových tam bude víc.
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, did you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Hoši, tohle byl pain, ty vole. Šedý vlk. To jsem já, vole. Z tohle jsem zešedivěl tady o 2 roky, ty vole.
Srači zasraný, skopčácký, ovčáko mrdi, jděte do prdele pochcaný, fekal frickové. Ty si taky neser. Zasraný náckovský čup, kurvy. Dej za mě ty pracky smrdě, jak týden starý brat, hurst.
Tady máš penízky, ty samoroště.
Kámo, Mary, ty jsi blázen, ty vole. Kůča, vole, to... Ty vole, Mary, WTF, proč?
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head.
Proč to děláte, ty vole? Proč to děláte, pane?
Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven.
Pane.
Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache.
Kurva, srači zasraný, skopčácký, ovčáko mrdi, jděte do prdele pochcaný, fekal frickové. Ty si taky neser. Zasraný náckovský čup, kurvy. Dej za mě ty pracky smrdě, jak týden starý brat, hurst.
OK, počkej, schválně se kouknu.
To je modrý světlo. Co to dělá? Svítí modře. Aha.
Alespoň 100 víc nemám.
Petr mě to zeptal se takhle, ty jsi vzal rodičům kreditku? Do píči, ne, je moje. Počkej, jo, Sam?
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven. Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger. as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death.
Takže jdeme fajtit s indiánama, jo? To je nemilé. Emile. Nebo Neville.
Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move.
Jak dopadlo vysvědčení? Jsem první poletí. Kamaráde, vysvědčení už jsem jako hezkých pár let nedostal. No. To je tady úplně ideální místo na to udělat přepad. OK, tak nic. To se to se mnou utrhne, ne?
They saw me before I saw them. And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting has started, there was no backing down.
Brokovnice, ale nechceme brokovnicu. A tady je vykládaný šestiradno, no to nechceme. To je trapný. Si když si to tak vezmete, tak ono to je v celku jako fakt brutální hra, protože tady kvůli těm expům vás ta hra nutí vyloženě jako střílet do těch hlav, ty vole.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas, and that's why they had retreated there. I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
Ale jako s tím Winchesterem je to paráda, no. To jako... Kolik to stálo s tím, jak se ta hra jmenuje? Když hodíš příkaz vykřičník game, tak ti to napíše. Každopádně je to Call of Juarez Gunslinger. A nevím, kolik ta hra stojí na Steamu. Myslím si, že okolo 20-30 euro. No, už je taky docela stará. No to prostě ze série Call of Juarez, no, takže... spíš jakože arkádovka, než že by tu nějak extra šlo o příběh, protože vlastně ty dva předchozí díly na sebe navazujou. Což byl vlastně, první vyšel, že jo, klasický Call of Juarez s Billym a Reverendem Rayem. Pak vyšlo Button Blood, pak vyšel The Cartel, mám pocit, a pak vyšel Gunslinger. Přičemž jakoby dějově, tak Blood and Blood je první, pak je Call of Juarez klasický a pak je Gunslinger. A jako ten Gunslinger fakt nenavazuje dějem na ty původní díly. Takže to si můžeš zahrát rovnou. No. Co je tady? Nebo je tady nějaký secret? Bude tu secret v podobě enemáků. A vlastně ten díl The Cartel, tak to jsem ani nehrál, protože to je nějaký, jakože z moderní doby, to není vůbec western.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit as they had torches on the walls.
Nechci. Já se snažím hledat i ty secrety, ty vole, ale... Oni tady nikde nejsou. Pan Miroslav, hello there. Handlo.
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars.
Jak se daří, pan Miroslav?
They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
Duchové mrtvých indiánů. To nechceš, no.
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
Jsem přesně viděl, že tam někdo bude, ty vole. To by tam nebylo jen tak, takovýhle výklenek.
How come you know so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to two Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the cave of death.
Takže bude boss fightík. Tady taky není žádný secret. No jasný, tohle je úplně ideální na boss fightík.
I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the shadows, and I sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind,
you will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
He said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
Typeček zní jako Jordan.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kind of like a miracle.
Z ničeho nic se před námi objevily schody. Ale já jsem se chtěl podívat ještě tady. Žádný secret, nic.
I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever. Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river.
Jsi mrtvý, děkujeme, vole. Falzo, zdar. A ještě počkej, ještě si otevřeme ale ten. Ještě si otevřeme... Tyhle, na tu brokovnici tam nemám nic, ale tak jako z brokovnicí stejně nestřílím, takže mrdat.
I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo jumbo.
Mumbo jumbo is right. Are you making this all up as you go?
A few details may be fuzzy, brother, but I am relating exactly what happened to me. There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady. I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me. And wouldn't you know it, that crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
100?
God be my witness.
Come on, who you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out.
Sudeťáků zdarec.
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
Ty týpci tady na mě běhají se sekerama, vole, a s tomahawkama. Jako, reálně nevím, no, jestli bych na týpka s kolotama běžel s tomahawkem. Ale ceníme a samozřejmě gratulujeme.
And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before.
Jo, který jsem se předtím nevšiml. Kámo, ty jeho storky, ty jsou dobrý, ty vole. To je takový ten typický, jak se mu říká, typický underzen.
But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air. Never did find him. And never did collect my goddamn bounty.
Nevadí.
Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem might malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand.
The fucking Dalton brothers, chat.
Those Daltons were lawmen once, before they all went bad, robbing banks and trains clear across the territory. Until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of right?
I did my best, sir. We all did.
Udy, vítej, zdarec. Jak můžete přečíst názvu, pro sabíky jsou tam nový emojis, co jsem tam nahrál, jo, takže let's fucking go.
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition. Oh, you're nobody next to Jesse James, she'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeyville just to shut her up.
Right. It's always the woman's fault.
Dneska mi přišel, stříkám z toho. Takže kdy recenze? Kdy?
Recognized the Daltons right off. Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property. Their first mistake was pulling a job in their own damn hometown. The boys grew up in Coffeyville, so everybody knew them. The bank teller tricked them, telling them the time lock on the safe wouldn't open till 9:30. Well, that gave the locals enough time to prepare an ambush for those sons of bitches.
Hey, we got us a hero.
Slyšel, takže kdy recenze? Kdy? Jsou nějaké ty maníry. Možná to tak aspoň okomentovat.
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys.
Get ready, boys.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months, and now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker.
To se ti nedivím.
This man had no intention of letting the Daltons slip away. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually. We just gotta
This bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. So he went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind.
Tuhle hudbu tu použiju někdy v gameplayi, hoši. Jako ten soundtrack tady z toho Call of Juarez je za mě nejlepší prostě, no. Ta kombinace westernové hudby, rocku, potažmu metalu, to je top.
Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting. From above. Fortunately, a water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did.
No, tady. A tak zase, jakoby hudy, můžeš si to okořenit tak, že zkvalitníš si svoji videotvorbu. Ty musíš zahrát někdy u nás, než to zavřou. Co myslíš ty? Myslíš Ketkovice? Jumpy ships, jako Svarta. Dělej! Není mu nic. Kurva. Keramička. A mají v plánu ju zavřít, jo? Nebo co, ty hajzlové?
We've got company.
Let's fucking go. Nová úroveň.
Or wouldn't to make this country free.
Tak. Nějaký svarta job na akcičce, bude. Co máme tady? Hledání pravdy. Poskytuju odstřely dynamit.
Jim Bowie and Davy Crockett, who died defending the Alamo.
Is that Silas Greaves? Son of a bitch!
Já nemám ty dynamity, jo. No mě je zlé. A na nás tady nic nezbylo. Tady jsou nějaké maníry.
Over there! Silas Greaves! What the hell?
Blam! He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons.
Tomu kurva věř, chlapče. Takhle nějak vypadá psychický stav sudeťáka, když já nestreamuju. Co to? Jo, takhle zdrcený stav vypadá nějak sudeťák, když nezapnu stream. A samozřejmě vás všech ostatních taky. Mrt.
His name was Silas Greaves.
Mají video bez Airsoft Advance, ten žebra zlomený.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened. It was early evening, not high noon. I was late to the party and Coffeyville was already up in arms. The Daltons blew up a safe and were all set to hightail it out of there. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
Falzo, jo, Rio. Taky si myslím. Nebezpečný, nebojácný, neschopný.
I had been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless. And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them, but they still had friends in Coffeyville.
Můj tým na Airsoft be like.
Face me, you coward!
Jako vím, že to je retrospektivní, ale tady ta banka už je asi po 4. vykradená, vole, ta má fakt velkou smůlu, normál. Kam zdrhly ty hovnové?
Those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions.
Jo, fakt? A taky na Twitchi, nebo on to má na YouTube vlastně,
running with the money and didn't want to lose them. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons, and they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons, which wasn't any surprise, as those 2 families have been feuding forever. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths,
Falzel a hodně v pohodě. Hodně v pohodě.
Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeyville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
A pan Merinox dorazil. Děkujeme, že dorazil pan Merinox. Bohužel nemám dneska brokovnici, která tě vizuje stopánok, ale drtíme to tady jináč. Takže nemusíš se bát, Mary. Pivo. Musíme to ucpat hubou, hoši, jestli z toho teče pivo. Jestli z toho teče něco jiného, tak to radši dál neřešme, děkujeme. Sadomaso samorost. To už je trošku někde jiný, to je skill z Vietnamu, to se vidí. Z druhého teče taky.
The Dalton boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least two of them to escape. The third brother stayed behind to plant me, just in case that trap of theirs didn't work.
Šlápol sam vedle, kurva, bliať. Vykradl tě. A je akého hosta? Sice to není dívka, tak to je
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Greaves. This is where it ends for you. He was determined to protect his brothers. I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
Elliot asi.
You are dead, law dog. You messed with the wrong damn Dalton.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeyville. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him?
Kámo, jak se... Ne, Mary, není.
But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
Není Mary, ne. Tak, z vesnice. Víš co, kámoška z vesnice, jo, od malička, takže...
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track him to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
Myslíš Bloody Mary?
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks.
Jako zatím každý jítku hodnotil velmi kladně, no, takže tím pádem beru jako, že jsem vás navnadil, hoši. Doufám, že jsem vás jako dostatečně navnadil. Tady není nějaký secret, ne. Domácí úkol to počká, Mary, to počká.
The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
Stonks, no. Takže to jako to, sudeťáku, to tady budeš muset nechat nějaký donatík pro iTunku. Jo, víš co, to jako, to jinak bude nasraná iTunka. Čísla a péra. To je tady, to je hrozný, ty vole. Jo, musíš tam pak tomu napsat vkaz, že to je od Majka z lásky.
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm, so I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
Ty vole, to ne, vole, to jí dojde, vole. A nebo jo, a nebo jo. Může být, hoši, může být. Aby teď nebyla na streamu. Ne.
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
Počkáme, jestli ti odpoví, sudeťáku, počkáme, jestli ti odpoví. iTunka. Tak jako víte, jako já se s ní znám, vole, od malička, že jo, vole, jo. Já si pamatuju, ty vole, jak jakoby s lentilkama pod kobercem, tak i jako teď, vole, s těma nalejvákama, jo, takže... Já v tomhle jsem zkušenej, hoši, vole. Jakoby jo, takže já ty mlíkárny ty jakoby znám, vole.
And my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Nejsem mlíkář,
I was under serious attack. Bury him in the swamp.
Vlogu musíš prorazit u žen, aby chodili na streamy. Tak jako já nevím, no tak ženy většinou nemají v oblibě Airsport a tomu podobné věci jako. Já jdu do osobnosti, tebe nezajímají jakoby mlíkárny sudeťáků.
But luckily, A barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view.
Teď. Souhlas, vole, pauza, souhlas.
But just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them. But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve? So I just started walking, and pretty soon...
Tak to pak záleží na osobnosti. Některé to třeba nevadí, že jo, Mary?
Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
Indians? They were Indians?
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
Právě, a ty se chceš podívat skrz ně, že jo, Mary, a proto je jakoby mačkáš, že jo.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Já ti jakoby rozumím, Mary, no, že ti to v tom brání. To už je vyšetření. Právě no, jako soudit ne, ale tak jako ohodnotit lehce můžeš, viď?
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet, but I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family? I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about. Ain't no space to... Goddamn bounty hunter!
Jo, dáme kdo tady bohužel asi nikdo, Mary. Tady těch dam zatím tolik není, to já musím říct jakoby Jitunce, aby někdy přišla, no. Alebo si ji vemu přímo jako live na stream. A zbytek bude zbytek bude na Patreonu. Ten už má vymakanější kadiboudě, ještě ty vole. Ten už tam má normálně sklo, vole, na té kadiboudě. Jsem zkusit ten Olifant, jak mě za co jako víc může, než co má na Pornhub. Tak tam máš výhodu, že si s ním můžeš psát, či? Co jestli tak 90% bratů píše, zda ohodnotí jejich penis. Ty hoši, tady ty baráky, reálně tohle je lokalita, kde sakra chceš bydlet. Neříkejte, že ne, hoši, ty vole.
That's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat in a swamp?
Jo,
yeah,
no,
Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
Zas tak horký to není,
steamboat end up in the swamps?
Guess it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was in that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from on high, and those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
Mary, ako hodnotíš, jak jsem si tam teď krásně vykrýval ten roh? Ako hodnotíš, jak jsem si krásně vykrýval ten úhol? Takzvaný úhol. Čtyři z 5 zubařů. To je cool, za odstřelování těch barů jsou taky expy, jo. A není jich málo těch expů. Proč jsem to zjistil až teď? Foyvide 2.0. Vychcací ten HLL. Halala. Hele, koukal jsem na to, ale jelikož Biskup už několik měsíců nebyl na Steamu, tak mi to tam nějak nešlo mu dát jako gift. Takže jsem mu psal, ať se tam laskavě přihlásí ten hajzl. A že mu to pak koupím. Uzdí chcálek, doběj, doběj.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do it. Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
Proč mám flashbacky na Far Cry? Ej, a to je true. Tady jsou flashbacky na Far Cry 1 jako svině tady na té lodi. A to mi připomíná, že Far Cry 1 jsme ještě na streamu nehráli a já jí mám Origo CDčko. Aha.
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had him, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
Ty zmrdí. No, na Epiku si mu tady všude jenom anglicky, no.
Apparently the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Well, yeah, but I was in a fight.
Did you hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
Já si vím, co si zahraju. A když tam není ta čeština, tak to není ono, Mary.
So anyway,
don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
Oh, God.
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Greaves?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. I was coughing up smoke and pretty damn pissed. I was done playing games with those boys. It was time to settle this once and for all. Weren't about to come at me one at a time. They were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
Zase, oh shit, here we go again. Hovno, Hoši, jsme u toho zase. Duelosy.
They got it wrong. A sad end for those two. If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds. Paroled 14 years later, he moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two brothers.
Jednou z tebe něco bude, myslíš, že mě bude cowboy? Myslíš, že mě bude profesionální cowboy?
My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told.
Děkuju, mám tady domácí bolenské špagety.
It was 1868 and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas.
Jasný.
But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo, Roscoe Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch.
Ahoj, bude někdy video o tvém Mifaku, co v něm máš, samostatně to, tohle video už mám na kanále a není ani moc starý, si myslím, tak 2 měsíce zpátky jsem ho vydával.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana.
Já mám další tu. Očividně nemá odběra zvoneček, je to tak, ty vole. Musil, ty vole, co to je?
Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. I figured the Wild Bunch would likely hit such a treasure, and by God, I figured right. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers. I found the device they used to blow the tracks, so I knew I was headed in the right direction.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that bridge. What'd you say? I can't hear a goddamn thing.
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them.
Who's that son of a bitch? Is that goddamn
From there,
Pinkerton?
I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. I would need to get my ass out of there.
Co máme v dostavníku? Nic nemáme v dostavníku. Vzdaluješ se od příběhu. No dobré.
I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados. Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
They're pissing me off!
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day.
Jo, nákladní vlak, aha.
As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards.
Že se mu taky říká mlčenlivý Bob.
Get out here!
Times it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back. I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
Let's fucking go.
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Who the hell is that? He's out of his mind! Take cover! Retreat! Retreat! Everybody! Ready to meet your will kill us all! You're gonna have to do better. Gonna cut you a new...
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they? Only a few stragglers were left. I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail.
You don't want to burn this! If you want to live! Keep it going! Touch you with two! You ain't seen them accidents.
Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nosed Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that.
Špatná strana a trade kill.
On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America.
Jo, to se ti nedivím, biskup, to se ti nedivím.
But I'm sure you already know all about that.
To se ti nedivím, biskup. Jo, asi tak, biskup, no. A budeš to vůbec dělat, nebo to prcáš?
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail.
Jo, asi tak.
I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
Nejspíš. Dneska se mi na to taky nechce. No, souhlas, biskup, no. Já to prcám dneska.
That Kid Curry's kinda crazy, ain't he? Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado.
Who's shooting at us? We're under fire!
Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down.
You ain't beating me!
Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by.
Já tady právě vytvářím content pro Maryho, takže já prostě nemůžu dělat domácí úkol, já vytvářím content pro vás. Pro Maryho i pro tebe, biskupe, tady teď vytvářím content.
And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific. The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports. Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the wild bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me.
Asi tak, Mario.
Of course, I had to tread carefully. Otherwise, I could, well, die.
Už se stalo, vole. Biskupe, nebo to udělej na Jarvise.
The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Který unikl mojí pozornosti. A biskup to prostě udělá na Jarvise.
But the wild bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Yes, there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
Ne, biskup to udělá na Jarvise.
The first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
Bastard! You rule the day.
Přesně, přeceňovaný. Úplně správně.
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
Profesionální ležík. Takhle momentálně vypadá biskup vyčerpaný. Takhle momentálně vypadá biskup.
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
wanna die.
So that was all the dynamite?
Funny you should mention that, darling. As actually there was a fourth charge impeding my progress. Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
I'm
gonna blow your damn head.
Ještě nejdeš spát, ještě ne. Ano. Máme úkol, domácí úkol. Ale všichni na to takzvaně prcáme.
This asshole has a death wish.
So I proceeded onward and realized that that way just wasn't gonna work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Jednu čtvrtinu hotovou. Mary to je šprt. Jak píše, no. XPky. XPky.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long, burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it. The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer.
Jako tady jsem nevěděl vůbec ty vole kam, že jako... Jo, tady. Jo.
I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment.
In the last moment.
Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge. Well, it was a touching reunion. But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore.
Kill that SOB! Make him bleed!
Finally, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
He's crazy. Kid Curry asked me. Nuttier than a damn fruit. How the heck?
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
Kid Curry.
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me.
Shit, I gotta reload?
To tam asi nedovolím.
Get out here! That smells like a killing. Am I out of bullets already? Yeah! God damn it, I need some help here! Come on, boys! Take this sumbitch out!
Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
Další duel. No sláva. To tady dlouho nebylo. To zas bude tak na 5. try, vole.
fast as he was. I was just a bit faster.
Nečestný, jo. Ty vole, to
and
bylo
as he lay
nastejno.
wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him. Those were his last words.
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kind of glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
Jesse James. Jak se daří? Ale dobré, dobré.
Jesse James? The greatest outlaw who ever lived?
Jesse and his kin rode with Quantrill when he raided Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Yeah, nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
Dohráváme Gamesku.
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this Jim.
Stop that! Now I'm gonna hurt you bad. Son of a bitch! You can't fight!
Now wait a second. Now, how'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
Ale docela jo, Beros. Tady všude, vole, ta epidemie chřipky. Oh, shit.
They hopped a freight train having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So, I hopped the same train. The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others.
Ne, chlapi mají pořádnou sračku. Jak bylo comebacku, vy máte, jak se říká, pořádnou výbu.
The James Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Ne, ty vole, tu bys nechtěl na streamu, vole, sudeťáky. To nechceš. Pošlu ti fotku, ale říkám ti, to nechceš, vole. Buď rád zajtůnku, vole, to ti říkám.
By the way, did I mention that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Buď rád zajtůnku, kamaráde, vole.
Show yourself, coward!
Jo, pak ti ojojojojoj, pak ti pošlu sudeťáku, pak ti pošlu.
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show you.
Je, to je hezký, že nemůžu ublížit koníkovi. Zpomalený záběr.
I never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the bar.
But you seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better.
Coming back.
Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Starr? Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
Pinkerton!
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins.
You know
Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother.
Je, to je zase fáze, ty vole. Stupid son of a bitch.
Yeah, you know you can't beat me. You know who you are.
It was no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Máte nějaký tip na admission Suedzec Microm 1 z Apex Monkey? Hele, na Holoubkově mývají občas nějaký US original gear. Jak zkus mrknout na Holoubkov. Muničák. Ježiš, co je zase, ty vole? Kámo, mě je zle. Apex Monkey je dost přestřelený cenami. Jako jo, no. A tak zase mají tam věci, co v Čechách moc jako nejsou, takže... Miluju tyhle ty skripty. Miluju, vole, kdy týpek vyleze zpoza rohů, vole, a už střílí, pičo, vole. Je to krása to hrát, vole.
some point, some bitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
It's the damn Pinkertons!
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins.
Parádní sekvence, paráda, užívám si to.
Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother. So it's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember.
I bet you are.
You... Stupid son of a bitch!
I came across a flat car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way forward.
I'm gonna shoot!
I wondered if I was ever gonna find the front of that train, or the bastard I was after. Jesse hired a damn army after Northfield. Guess he didn't want to be outgunned like that ever again. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Pokeros.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Guess I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
Jo, no, taky si říkám. Že ho nalákali fotky od kolegy. Nějakou AIčku pořídit. Los Vietnamos.
Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself.
Shoot that stupid son of a bitch!
There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
Get out here!
To teď už právě si dodám Google příším, co jak víc jsem chtěl Mogadišu delťáka, pak Acid Gambit delťáka, no a posledním času už s moderní, tak jsem se rozhodl pro Větnam. Explosive.
It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train. I could see Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
You had a showdown with Jesse James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you. Yeah, I didn't kill Jesse James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that Jim fella? What happened to him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle. After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that sumbitch Jim. I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. A perfect place to hide out from the authorities. In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the Reds and were hiding out from the military found me first. They probably thought I was a cavalry scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were.
Indians?
Yeah, they could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then. Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul.
Ubolená duša. A.
Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the red man. Like that time... Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I can still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again?
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men. darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
So, did you ever find him?
Who?
The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
Dobrý večer, Pilukinos.
Mr. Greaves, are you all right?
Oh, death. Oh, death. Won't you spare me over to another year?
Zpívejte si, hoši, zpívejte si, vole.
That I can't see with ice cold hands taking hold of me. Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door
Zaspívej, já to neumím.
heaven or hell. Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? Oh, death, won't you spare me over till another year?
So, are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son of a bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me. Nothing.
Nothing. Je to tak, sudeťáku, je to tak? Frank James. Take me home, country roads.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close.
A sudeťáku, však ty taky plastíš, vole, tak co? Ty jsi taky plasták, vole. Takhle se uhýbá před sniperem Mary, vidíš to, jo, vidíš to. Vidíš, Mary, takhle se uhýbá sniperům.
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well. He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me.
Radši se nechám sundat.
Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang. Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? on your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember them, Jack.
And that son of a bitch! You're gonna bleed! Take him out! He's just one man! Come here! Gonna cut you a new smile! Die! I want that bastard dead! If I'm dead, get out of his face! I'm gonna cut you in two. Come on, he's only one man. We got us a break pack.
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
Pej, neřekl jsem přece, že při tom pádu zahynul.
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life. Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will. At this point, I just don't give a shit.
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
Mrknem na pár videek a hotovo.
Determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again.
So, what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts. But rather than wander in willy-nilly, I decided it would be better to smoke that son-of-a-bitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me.
Son of a bitch!
It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
This asshole give up! Will someone please kill him? One sorry son of a bitch!
Piča.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
Kámo, tyhle ty sekvence do píči.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
No a týpci dávají damage, vole, že...
Eventually, it was just me and Reed.
Me and Reed.
I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers. And repay him I did.
To se včera usnul, protože včera jsem, vole, ještě nechápal to, jak to funguje. Teď už to aspoň trošku chápu, no.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame he never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
Poslední epizoda, další.
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying. For 40 years I had waited to get my hands on the last of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now. Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed fell fairly quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant, that son of a bitch had managed to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
But for all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, Did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am. A man with no family, no friends, no purpose except shooting Bob Bryant dead. Nothing could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever, from the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly, it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades. The town was falling apart, just like me. But I wasn't about to call it quits. Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. Some folks think the town is haunted, so they figured there wouldn't be many people poking around. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
He's tearing right through us!
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us.
Se dělá divoký západ Airsport, zbraně k tomu prodávají.
I did not prevail.
Tož to já nevím. Tož to já nevím.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack. Because when I woke up...
From the dead?
There was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy the Kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop. Here, and there, even over there.
So I am right. You are touched in the head.
Mr. Graves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer, Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition. I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me.
Kurva, město duchou. Ty pičo, vole. Já zase, kámo, kdo si řekl, to bude super namrdat tam duchy, ty vole. Hej, to bude každýho bavit, ty vole. Zase už chytám nervy, píčo, tyhle.
In the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Vypadá docela vík. Je to vík, jak zmrt. Jo, za roh na mě střílí, paráda. Ty zrádce v té nemocnici, a to jsme koukali, myslím, včera, no. Dobře nafejkovaný, neříkám nic, ty vole.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Jo, mám čas se tady zorientovat, mám čas, je to super, no. Já jsem mrtkovina prostě, no, ty vole. Týpci jako trefou absolutně všechno. Úplně neskutečně, vole.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond. Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed. Each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought?
Co tvůj zabijácký instinkt? Naser se. Když oni jak nejdou vidět, ty zmrdí.
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his legion of the dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
Je dobrý, jako že týpeček nedostává skoro žádnou damage, jako no, na to, že mu střílím, vole, rady do držky tak jako z metru. Then I heard a voice call to me from afar. It was Robert Leroy Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Hodně repetitivní hra. Se tady musíš každému nakopat prdel. Každýho prostě rozsekat na hovno.
But the kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you.
You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Eda's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
Kámo, ty duely, ty fakt vymýšlel někdo jako hodně chytrej, no.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid died there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
Koniec.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob?
There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh, man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Pomsta.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Say mu svoje ťah.
I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
Takže ještě jeden duelos, ty vole.
Drifter.
Zle, ty pičo, vole, už z tohohle.
Did you know it was him all along?
Cassidy told me Bob was in Abilene before he died. But I wasn't sure Ben was my man until he revealed how much he knew about Ringo and Reed. The coin, of course. Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me, Jack.
No, sir, Mr. Greaves.
So where are you going now? Now that you had your revenge?
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
Battles, zdar, tak ono je stejně konec už, jo, takže...